Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the darkest depths of Moria, where ancient stone whispered secrets of ages past, young Thorin Stonescribe sat hunched over his weathered journal, his trembling hands illuminated by the soft blue glow of phosphorescent fungi that clung to the cavern walls. The scratching of his rune-etched quill against parchment was the only sound that dared challenge the oppressive silence of the abandoned dwarven kingdom. As the last apprentice of the Chroniclers Guild, he had sworn to record the histories that others feared would be forever lost to shadow and time. The year was 3019 of the Third Age, and Thorin had been following the Fellowship of the Ring from a distance, keeping to the shadows as his ancestors had taught him. The ancient chronicles spoke of a day when light and shadow would clash in these halls, and he had waited patiently, believing that these 9 travelers might be the catalyst for such a moment. His patience was rewarded with terror. The first sign was the drums. Deep they echoed from the depths, a rhythm that spoke of ancient malice awakening. Thorin's hands shook as he dipped his quill in ink crafted from ground crystals and the essence of starlight, the only material capable of recording events of such magical significance. The Fellowship fled through the grand halls, pursued by horrors that his ink could scarcely describe. But it was when they reached the bridge of Moria that Thorin witnessed what the ancient texts had prophesied. The air itself seemed to burn, and reality trembled as 2 beings of primordial power faced each other across the narrow span. On one side stood Gandalf the Grey, no longer appearing as the weathered traveler Thorin had observed, but radiating an inner light that spoke of his true nature as one of the Mire, divine servants of the Valar themselves. And facing him, Thorin's quill nearly slipped from his grasp, was the Balrog of Morgoth, shadow-given form, flame incarnate, a being of such terrible majesty that the very stones of Moria seemed to shrink from its presence. As Thorin wrote, his special ink began to glow with an inner fire, the runes themselves struggling to contain the power of what they described. But it was what happened next that changed everything Thorin thought he knew about the nature of good and evil, light and shadow. As Gandalf stood defiant before the ancient evil, Thorin's enchanted ink revealed something hidden from normal sight. In the Balrog's eyes, beneath the flame and fury, he glimpsed something unexpected: recognition, and perhaps even relief. The battle that followed was unlike anything recorded in the annals of Middle-earth. Each clash of staff against flame whip sent shockwaves through the chamber that caused Thorin's ink to splatter across the page in patterns that formed ancient runes he had never seen before. As he frantically copied them down, he realized they told a story older than Moria itself. The runes spoke of the music of the Aenir, the great song that had shaped the world. The Balrog, once a Maya like Gandalf, had not been merely corrupted by Morgoth, it had been bound into a harmony that was never meant to be, its original song twisted into a dark reflection. And now, facing another Maya who still sang the original music, something of its former self stirred in recognition. Thorin's quill flew across the parchment as Gandalf proclaimed his identity. "I am a servant of the secret fire, wielder of the flame of Aenir." The ink blazed bright at these words, and in that moment, Thorin understood. This was not just combat, it was a ritual, a meeting that had been written into the very fabric of Arda since its creation. The secret fire that Gandalf served was the same flame that the Balrog had once known before Morgoth's corruption. When Gandalf broke the bridge, and both beings plunged into the abyss, Thorin saw what no other witness could. As they fell, the Balrog's flames flickered not with rage, but with something akin to acceptance. The creature reached out, not to attack, but in a gesture that mirrored the oldest depictions of the Aenir reaching toward Ilúvatar's light. Gandalf, too, seemed to understand, his own divine light mingling with the Balrog's flames as they vanished into the depths. Thorin wrote until his fingers bled, recording not just what he saw, but what the enchanted ink revealed about this moment's true significance. This battle was not the simple triumph of good over evil that future generations would believe it to be. It was a reminder that even in the darkest of corruptions, something of the original light remained, waiting for the moment when it might once again recognize its true nature. As the last echoes of the battle faded, Thorin added a final note to his chronicle. And so it was that, in the depths of Moria, I witnessed not just the clash of light and shadow, but a moment of recognition between two beings who once sang in the same choir. The Balrog's fall was not just defeat, but perhaps the first step toward a redemption that had been waiting since the dawn of time. He closed his journal, the enchanted ink still shimming with internal fire. The runes he had recorded would take years to fully translate, but he knew they contained secrets about the nature of evil and redemption that could change how future generations understood the great struggles of their age. As Thorin made his way back through the darkened halls of Moria, he caught glimpses of other scribes emerging from their hidden watches, fellow chroniclers who had preserved other fragments of the truth. Together, they would ensure that the full story of this day would not be lost to legend. For in the end, it was not just a tale of good triumphing over evil, but a reminder that even in the darkest of places, the original light of creation never truly dies. It only waits for the moment when it might shine again. The young dwarf paused at the threshold of his hidden sanctuary, looking back toward the bridge where history had been made. The phosphorescent fungi seemed to pulse with a new rhythm, as if the very stones of Moria had been forever changed by what they had witnessed. In his hands, the chronicle felt warm, alive with the power of the truth. It contained a truth that would wait for the right moment to be revealed, when the world was ready to understand that even in the heart of shadow, a spark of the secret fire still burns. Story 2, deep within the ancient halls of Moria, where shadows danced against walls adorned with veins of mithril, Thorina Shieldforge stood before a weathered stone tablet. Her torch cast flickering light across runes so old, they seemed to whisper secrets from the dawn of the dwarven kingdoms. The young warrior's hands trembled as she traced the ancient inscriptions, her calloused fingers following paths carved by her ancestors a millennium ago. The discovery had been accidental. A collapsed wall in the lower archives had revealed a hidden chamber, sealed since the time of Durin Vi. But what Thorina found within shattered everything she thought she knew about her people's history. The runes told a different tale than the one passed down through generations. The Balrog of Moria had not been accidentally awakened by the dwarves delving too deep. It had been deliberately summoned by Mahal's hammer, she whispered, her voice echoing through the chamber. The ruins of an ancient ritual circle stretched across the floor, its edges still bearing the scorch marks of ancient fire. At its center lay a broken crystal, dark as obsidian, but shot through with veins of living flame. The runes spoke of a darkness older than the Balrog itself, a nameless horror that had threatened to consume the kingdom. In his desperation to protect his people, King Durin Vi had made an unthinkable choice: to summon one of Morgoth's fallen mire, believing he could bind it to his will and use its power as a shield against the greater evil. The gambit had failed catastrophically. The Balrog had indeed come, but it could not be controlled. In the chaos that followed, the kingdom fell, and with it, the memory of why the demon had truly been called forth. But now, 1,000 years later, Thorina could feel it in the deeper tunnels. The ancient evil was stirring once more. Her discovery brought her to Grimhand's door, a threshold feared even by the boldest explorers of Moria. Here she found Cylindril, a renegade wizard who claimed knowledge of the Balrog's tongue. His gray robes were travel-worn, his staff marked with runes that seemed to shift in the torchlight. "The old magics are awakening," he said, studying the crystal shard Thorina had recovered. "The barriers weaken. What your ancestors sought to prevent may soon come to pass. Then we must destroy it," Thorina declared, gripping the handle of her warhammer. Cylindril's laughter echoed hollowly through the chamber. "Destroy it? Child of Durin, your ancestor summoned the Balrog because nothing else could stand against this threat. What hope have we, where even a Maya of fire failed?" "Then what would you suggest, wizard?" Thorina demanded. "We must do what Durin VI could not," Cylindril replied. "We must communicate with the Balrog." The journey deeper into Moria tested every ounce of Thorina's courage. The air grew thicker, heavier with each step downward. Ancient mechanisms still turned in the walls, pumping air into the depths, but even these seemed to whisper warnings. They passed through grand halls where shadows moved of their own accord, in chambers where the very stone seemed to pulse with malevolent energy. Cylindril led them through passages that seemed to defy the laws of nature, where gravity shifted and time flowed strangely. His knowledge of the deep ways was unsettling. No outsider should know these paths so well. Yet Thorina had little choice but to trust him, for now. They found the Balrog in the lowest depths, in a vast chamber that seemed to have been carved from raw darkness itself. The demon stood motionless, like a statue of shadow and flame, before an otherworldly portal that rippled like black water. The heat was overwhelming, yet Thorina noticed something strange. The Balrog's flames seemed to be holding something back, keeping the darkness beyond the portal at bay. Cylindril began to speak in a language that hurt Thorina's ears, ancient words that made the very air shudder. The Balrog turned, its presence filling the chamber with terrible majesty. Wings of shadow unfurled, and eyes of living fire fixed upon them. To Thorina's astonishment, it responded. The sound was like an avalanche of burning coal, but there was intelligence in it, purpose. Cylindril translated. "It says it has waited for this moment. It knows why we have come." The truth, when it emerged, was both terrible and wonderful. The Balrog had not been summoned against its will. It had answered Durin's call because it recognized the threat. The horror that dwelt beyond the portal was ancient beyond reckoning, a void dweller that would consume not just Moria, but all of Middle-earth. The Balrog's flames, tainted though they were by Morgoth's corruption, were the only force capable of keeping it at bay. But the seal was weakening. The Balrog's power, mighty though it was, had been slowly draining over the centuries. Soon, it would fail entirely. "What can we do?" Thorina asked, looking between the wizard and the demon. Cylindril's expression was grim. "There is a way, but it requires something only a descendant of Durin can provide. The blood of the one who made the first pact." Understanding dawned on Thorina. This was why Cylindril had sought her out, why he had guided her to discover the truth. The ritual needed to be completed not to bind the Balrog, but to join with it in common cause. The choice before her was impossible. To trust a demon of the ancient world, to bind her bloodline to its power forever. Yet as she felt the darkness pulsing beyond the portal, she knew there was no other way. The ritual was both sacrifice and transformation. As Thorina's blood met the ancient circle, power surged through the chamber. The Balrog's flame touched her soul, and in that moment, she understood what her ancestor had truly intended. Not dominion over the demon, but partnership against a common foe. The portal sealed with a sound like the ending of the world, and in its place stood a barrier of shadow and flame, bound by dwarven blood and ancient pacts. Thorina felt the power thrumming through her veins, a connection to both her ancestors' legacy and the very force her people had feared for a millennium. Cylindril bowed deeply. The pact is remade, stronger than before. The void will not break through, not while the blood of Durin and the flame of the ancient world stand united. As they ascended from the depths, Thorina knew her life would never be the same. She was now more than just a warrior of Moria. She was a guardian of a truth that would reshape everything her people believed about their past. The Balrog remained below, no longer an enemy, but an ally in an ancient war that had never truly ended. In the years that followed, the depths of Moria knew peace of a sort. The darkness remained sealed, kept at bay by an alliance forged in desperation and tempered by understanding. And if travelers sometimes heard strange voices in the deep places, speaking in tongues of flame and stone, they might have been surprised to learn they were hearing not battles, but conversations between a daughter of Durin and a creature of the ancient world, each guarding against terrors that the surface world had long forgotten. Story 3. In the deepest chambers of Moria, where the weight of the mountain pressed close and the air tasted of ancient secrets, Falendril performed her daily ritual. Her silver hair glowed with an inner light as she traced the complex patterns of the seal, her fingers leaving trails of ethereal luminescence across the stone floor. The portal beneath her feet pulsed with otherworldly energy, a reminder of the burden her bloodline had carried for 3,000 years. She was the last of the elven guardians of Moria, a secret order that had remained hidden even after the dwarves abandoned their greatest kingdom. While others of her kind had sailed west or retreated to the remaining elven havens, Falendril's ancestors had sworn an unbreakable oath to maintain the dimensional seal that protected Middle-earth from horrors beyond comprehension. The chamber shuddered, and Falendril's hand trembled as she completed the final sigil. Something was different today. The seal was weakening faster than ever before, draining more of her vital energy with each passing moment. Then she felt it, a presence of shadow and flame, moving through the ancient halls above. The Balrog was awake, but instead of the destructive rampage she had expected, she sensed something else. The creature's fiery presence seemed to be reinforcing the seal? Impossible. Yet she could feel it, the Balrog's power intertwining with the ancient magic, strengthening rather than destroying it. A voice like wind through stone whispered in her mind, "Child of the first light, we have much to discuss." Before she could process this impossibility, heavy footsteps echoed through the adjoining corridor. A group of dwarven exiles emerged from the shadows, led by a white-bearded warrior whose armor bore the crest of Durin's line. "Lady Falendril," he said, bowing deeply, "I am Thorin Stoneguard. We come seeking your help. The signs we have read in the ancient texts speak of a growing darkness beneath Moria, one that threatens all of Middle-earth. You're better informed than most, Master Dwarf," Falendril replied, her voice carrying the weight of centuries. "But you cannot begin to understand what truly lies beneath these stones." A thunderous roar shook the chamber, but it came not from below. From a hidden passage high in the cavern wall emerged a creature of legend, a dragon, but unlike any in the chronicles of Middle-earth. Its scales shimmered with an iridescent light, and its eyes held the wisdom of ages. "They understand more than you know, Guardian," the dragon spoke, its voice resonating with ancient power. "I am Orlax, keeper of the upper reaches. For millennia, I have watched over this mountain from above, as you have guarded it from below." Falendril's mind reeled. "All this time, there were others?" "We each played our part," Orlax replied. "The dwarves' departure was orchestrated, their exodus necessary to protect them from what was coming. The Balrog's awakening was not chance, but necessity. And now the time of revelation is upon us." The chamber trembled again, and this time the Balrog itself appeared, its presence filling the space with terrible majesty. But instead of destruction, it raised its flame-wreathed arms in a gesture that mirrored Falendril's own sealing ritual. Through the mental connection that had inexplicably formed, Falendril began to understand. The portal she guarded was part of something far larger, a dimensional bridge that the Valar themselves had sealed at the dawn of time. The Balrog, before its corruption by Morgoth, had been one of its original guardians. The seal weakens. The Balrog's thoughts resonated in her mind, because what lies beyond grows stronger. The void between worlds hungers for the light of Arda. Your ancestors' sacrifice bought time, but alone, you cannot hold it back forever. Thorin stepped forward, unafraid despite the awesome gathering of powers around him. The dwarven histories speak of a binding ritual, performed by both elven and dwarf kind at the height of our alliance. Perhaps, yes, Orlax interrupted. The time has come to renew those ancient bonds, but it will require more than just the magic of elves and the craft of dwarves. It needs the primal force of a Maya, even one fallen into shadow, and the underlying power of the earth itself, which I have guarded these long years, understanding dawned in Felindril's heart. Her family's curse had never been meant as a solitary burden. The isolation of the elven guardians had been a tragic mistake, born of pride and fear. The true power lay in unity, the combined strengths of all the free peoples, and even those creatures deemed monstrous by history. The ritual that followed was unlike anything written in the annals of Middle-earth. Dwarven runes of binding merged with elven words of power. Dragon fire mixed with the Balrog's flame, while Felindril channeled the combined energy through her ancestral connection to the seal. As the power built to its crescendo, the portal pulsed with blinding light. For a moment, Felindril glimpsed what lay beyond a void of such absolute darkness that it made the Balrog's shadows seem like mere shade. But now, the combined power of their unlikely alliance pushed it back, sealing the breach with bonds that could not be broken while the alliance held. When it was done, Felindril felt the change in her very being. The crushing weight of her family's curse had lifted, replaced by something new, a shared guardianship, stronger for being divided among many. The burden is easier when carried by willing hands, Thorin said, placing a gem-encrusted band around one of the great pillars. It began to glow with an inner light, responding to the new magical matrix they had created. Orlax settled onto a high ledge, his scales reflecting the combined light of their powers. I will maintain my vigil in the upper halls, but no longer alone. The dwarves may return to their ancient home. For now, we have the strength to protect them. The Balrog moved to the lowest level, where the seal was strongest, its flames now burning with a purpose beyond destruction. Through their connection, Felindril felt its satisfaction after ages of corruption. It had found a way to return to its original purpose as a guardian. In the years that followed, Moria slowly came back to life. Under the protection of their unlikely alliance, dwarves returned to the ancient halls, though now with a deeper understanding of the secrets they contained. Felindril remained as guardian, but no longer in solitude. She had found her place in a grand design that was far older and wiser than the divisions between peoples and creatures. And if travelers sometimes saw strange lights in the depths of Moria, or heard the sound of dragon wings in its heights, they soon learned not to fear. For the greatest darkness had been turned back, not by power alone, but by the willingness of ancient enemies to forge bonds stronger than their differences. Story 4. The halls of Moria whispered with ancient secrets, their stone walls flickering with the eternal dance of shadowfire. Here, in the depth of the mountain where few dared to tread, Corrigan traced the burning runes that lined the chamber of vigil. His fingers, marked with the sacred tattoos of a flame guardian apprentice, tingled as they passed over each glowing sigil. The young acolyte's heart quickened as he noticed something unusual. The runes were dimming, their usual fierce orange light fading to a dull amber. In all his years of training, he had never seen them so weak. The implication sent a chill down his spine that had nothing to do with the mountain's natural cold. The Order of Flame Guardians had maintained their vigil in Moria for centuries, containing rather than destroying the Balrog that dwelt in its depths. While the outside world believed they were simply keeping the demon imprisoned, Corrigan had always sensed there was more to their sacred duty. Now, watching the fading runes, he feared he was about to discover exactly what that meant. Master Piraeus, he called out, his voice echoing through the vaulted chamber. The old guardian emerged from his meditation alcove, his crimson robes swirling with embedded flames that never consumed the fabric. The ancient warrior priest's eyes widened as he saw the dying runes. "So it begins," Piraeus murmured, placing a weathered hand against the wall. The Balrog's fire wanes. Before Corrigan could respond, a new sound reached them chanting, dozens of voices raised in harmony, echoing from the lower levels. The cult of eternal light, a faction that had long opposed the Guardian's methods, had begun their ritual. "They seek to banish the Balrog completely," Piraeus explained, his voice heavy with concern. "They believe they do Moria a service, but they know not what they risk. Together, master and apprentice raced through the ancient halls, their enchanted lanterns casting wild shadows on walls decorated with scenes of battles long forgotten. As they descended, the air grew colder unnaturally so. Frost began to form on the stone steps, something Corrigan had never seen so high up in the mountain. They found the cultists in the great hall of Durin, arranged in a circle around an artifact Corrigan had only seen in ancient texts, the frost helm of Helcarax, said to contain the very essence of the grinding ice. The cult leader, a tall figure in white robes, raised the helm high. "Today we cleanse Moria of its burning plague," she proclaimed. "The Balrog's fire shall be extinguished forever." "Stop!" Corrigan's voice rang out across the hall. "You don't understand what you're doing." But it was too late. The ritual had begun, and waves of Arctic power pulsed from the helm. The temperature plummeted, and ancient ice began to creep across the floor and walls. The cultists celebrated, believing their moment of triumph had come. Then they heard it not the roar of the Balrog, but something else. Something that made the very mountain shudder. Deep below, beneath even the lowest dungeons of Moria, something stirred in response to the cold. Master Piraeus grabbed Corrigan's arm, his face pale. "It awakens. The thing our order was truly created to contain, through the mental link all guardians shared with the mountain's heart." Corrigan suddenly understood. Images flooded his mind, the true history of Moria, hidden even from most of its protectors. He saw the ancient horror that slept in the mountain's core, a being of primordial ice that had existed since before the First Age. The Balrog had not been drawn to Moria by chance or the dwarf's greed. It had been called, summoned by the first flame guardians to act as an eternal torch, keeping the ice creature in its ageless slumber. The Balrog's heat is the only thing keeping it dormant, Corrigan realized aloud. If the fire goes out, the chamber shook more violently. Cracks appeared in the floor, but instead of magma, ancient ice as black as the void began to seep through. The cultist celebrations turned to screams of terror as they realized something was terribly wrong. Corrigan knew what he had to do. Breaking away from his master, he raced toward the lower levels, toward the Balrog's chamber. The ancient texts had spoken of a deeper connection between guardians and the fire demon, one that had been lost over the centuries as the order forgot its true purpose. He found the Balrog weakened, its flames flickering as the cult's cold magic sought to extinguish its fire. The creature regarded him with eyes like dying stars, and for the first time, Corrigan saw not a demon of shadow and flame, but a warden as bound to its duty as any guardian. Drawing upon everything he had learned, Corrigan began the ritual that would restore the ancient pact. His tattoos blazed with inner fire as he spoke words in a language older than Moria itself. The Balrog responded, its flames reaching out to twine with the power flowing from Corrigan's marks. Above, the cultists fled in terror as the ice creature began to break free. But as Corrigan completed the ritual, power surged through the mountain. The Balrog's fire, renewed and strengthened by the pact, pushed back the creeping cold. The ice retreated, and the ancient horror sank back into its slumber. In the aftermath, as the surviving cultists were brought before the Guardian Council, Corrigan stood with his master to reveal the truth that had been hidden for so long. The Balrog was not their prisoner, but their ally, bound by the most ancient of pacts to maintain its eternal vigil against a far greater threat. The Order of Flame Guardians changed after that day. No longer were they simply wardens of a captured demon, but partners in an ancient accord. Corrigan took his place among their ranks not as a jailer, but as a keeper of the flame, understanding that sometimes the fire that seems to threaten us is the very thing keeping darker forces at bay. And deep in Moria, where shadow and flame danced together, the Balrog continued its vigil, its fire burning not to destroy, but to protect a truth known only to those who had learned to look beyond their fears to see the deeper purpose that bound them all together in the darkness beneath the mountain. Story 5. The great forges of Moria sang their eternal song of hammer and anvil as Osca Flameheart examined the strange metal before her. The chunk of ancient alloy seemed to pulse with its own inner light, its surface rippling like liquid fire, despite being cool to the touch. She had found it deep in the abandoned mines, half buried in a chamber whose walls bore marks of battles fought before the age of men. As Moria's most renowned weaponsmith, Osca had worked with every metal known to dwarf kind, from common iron to precious mithril. But this was different. The handful of scholars who still dared to dwell in the ancient halls had commissioned her to forge a weapon capable of harming a Balrog, and they believed this mysterious alloy held the key. When her hammer first struck the metal, the world exploded into visions. She saw a being of pure light and majesty, clad in armor that shimmered with divine purpose. A Maya of the Forge, created by All himself to guard the sacred fires of creation. Its name was Narthel, keeper of the divine flame. Osca stumbled back from her anvil, her head spinning. The metal gleamed innocently in the forge light, but she knew now this was no ordinary material. This was a piece of something far older and more powerful than any mortal creation. In the days that followed, each attempt to work the metal brought new visions. She saw Morgoth's corruption spreading like a cancer through the ranks of the mire, saw Narthel struggling against the darkness, until finally succumbing, transforming into what the world would come to know as the Balrog of Moria. But something else lurked in these memories, a hint of consciousness, of purpose not fully extinguished. Her work attracted attention. Variander, a mysterious elf who claimed to be the last keeper of the forge lore of a region, appeared at her workshop one evening. His eyes held the weight of ages as he studied the metal. "You have found a piece of the Forgemaster's heart," he said softly. "The core of Narthel's original form, before the corruption. There are others." Scattered throughout these halls, together with Variander and an ancient society of dwarven lore masters who called themselves the Keepers of the Deep Record, Osca began to piece together the truth. The Balrog had not been drawn to Moria by chance or the dwarves' greed. It had been seeking the scattered fragments of its original form, driven by some deep memory of what it once was. Their research led them to the ancient forges, where the walls were inscribed with spells of making that predated the First Age. Here, they found the spirit of an elven smith from the time of the trees, bound to the forges by his own dying curse. He had been there when the Balrog first came to Moria, and his tale shook them to their core. "It came not in rage, but in sorrow," the spirit whispered, his form flickering like forge fire. "It sought the great forges, yes, but not to destroy them. Something was taken from it, something precious, hidden here by those who feared its power could never be contained. Deep in the archives, they found records of an artifact that had corrupted the Maya, not Morgoth's direct influence, but a tool of his making. A crown of black metal that had bound the divine spark within Narthel to purposes of destruction. That crown still lay hidden somewhere in Moria's depths, continuing its work of corruption. Osca's task transformed. She was no longer forging a weapon to harm the Balrog, but rather something far more complex, a key to unlock its original nature. Using the fragments of the Forgmaster's heart, she began to craft a masterwork unlike any other. The forging took months. Each strike of her hammer had to be perfectly timed to the pulses of power within the metal. Variander wove ancient elven enchantments into the cooling process, while the keepers of the deep record chanted spells of unbinding that had been old when Durin first awakened. The final piece came from the forge spirit himself, the secret of working divine metal, a technique lost since the darkening of Valinor. As Osca worked, she felt something stirring in the depths of Moria. The Balrog sensed what they were attempting. When the artifact was complete, it was both beautiful and terrible to behold, a hammer that shimmered with the same inner light she had seen in her visions of Narthel's original form. But before they could decide how to use it, darkness descended on the forges. Shadow cultists, worshippers of Morgoth's lingering power, had learned of their work. They came in force, led by a sorcerer wielding the very crown that had corrupted Narthel. The battle that followed shook the foundations of Moria. In the chaos, Osca found herself separated from her allies, clutching her creation as she fled deeper into the mountain. The cultists pursued her into the lowest halls, where the air itself seemed to burn. And there, in the heart of Moria, she came face to face with the Balrog itself. The creature of shadow and flame towered before her, but Osca stood her ground. She raised the hammer, and its light called to something deep within the Balrog's corrupted form. For a moment, shadow and radiance hung in perfect balance. Then the cultists arrived, bearing their dark crown, and everything hung on a single moment of choice. Osca did the only thing she could. She threw the hammer not at the Balrog, but to it. The Balrog caught the hammer, and divine light met corrupted fire. The crown's power shattered against the pure radiance of the reforged Forgmaster's heart. For a moment, the Balrog's form shifted, shadow and flame giving way to glimpses of its original glory. The transformation wasn't complete. Centuries of corruption couldn't be undone in a single moment. But as the cultists fled in terror, Osca saw something new in the Balrog's eyes: recognition, remembrance, and perhaps a spark of its original purpose. In the years that followed, the tales of the Balrog of Moria changed. While it remained a being of shadow and flame, those who ventured deep enough into the mountains spoke of seeing it at the ancient forges, working metal with a hammer that shone like a star. And sometimes in the deepest watches of the night, the sounds of forging that echoed through Moria's halls held notes of a music older than the world itself, the song of creation, slowly remembering how to sing again. Story 6. In the flickering light of his enchanted lantern, Aldrich traced the contours of Moria's forgotten passages onto his parchment. The young cartographer's fingers moved with practiced precision, adding another section to his growing map of the ancient dwarven kingdom. The Merchants' Guild had hired him to chart safe trading routes through the mountain, now that the Balrog supposedly slumbered in the depths. But Aldrich had begun to suspect that slumber wasn't quite the right word. His suspicions had started 3 weeks ago, when he discovered the first of the ancient wards. They were subtle things, runes carved into the keystones of certain archways, glowing with a faint luminescence that his specialized cartographer's tools revealed. At first, he'd thought them simple boundary markers, but their patterns were too complex, too purposeful. Tonight, deep in the eastern galleries, he found something different. The chamber before him bore marks of incredible heat, yet they formed perfect geometric patterns across the floor and walls. No natural fire could have created such precise designs. As he sketched them into his notebook, a whisper echoed through his mind, not sound, but pure thought. "You see more clearly than most, mapmaker." Aldrich spun around, his lantern light dancing across the walls. In the shadows stood a figure wearing robes that seemed to drink in the light. A member of the Shadow Watchers, the mysterious sect that had remained in Moria long after most others fled. "I am Moira Nightwhisper," the figure said, lowering her hood to reveal strange markings that swirled across her face like living shadows. "And you have discovered something we have protected for millennia." Before Aldrich could respond, the ground trembled. Far below, mining expeditions were breaking new ground, seeking mithril veins that had remained untapped since the dwarves' exodus. The vibrations set the ancient runes humming, and for a moment, Aldrich's vision shifted. He saw the chamber as it truly was a nexus point in a vast network of wards, all channeling power toward something in the mountain's heart. "The Balrog is not sleeping," Moira said, her voice tight with concern. "It is standing guard over the next few days." Moira introduced Aldrich to the truth the Shadow Watchers had preserved. Through ancient texts and preserved memories stored in crystalline mattresses, he learned of a portal that predated even the first aged doorway to realms of such absolute darkness that even Morgoth himself had feared them. The Balrog's presence was no accident. Even in its corrupted state, it maintained its original purpose to guard against powers that would unmake reality itself. Its flames held the portal's seals in place, preventing anything from crossing between worlds. But the mining expeditions were unknowingly weakening those very seals. "We need proof," Aldrich said, spreading his maps across a table in the Shadow Watchers' hidden sanctuary. "Something to convince the Merchants Guild before their operations breach the wrong chamber." Moira nodded gravely. "There might be a way, but it requires walking the path of echoes, experiencing the memories of those who first sealed the portal. Few minds can withstand such contact." The ritual took place in a circular chamber deep beneath the traded roots. As Moira chanted in languages that hurt to hear, Aldrich's cartographer's tools specially enchanted to record the true nature of places began to glow with an inner light. The vision struck like lightning. He saw Moria as it had been at the dawn of time, not yet a dwarven kingdom, but a battleground where the Valar themselves had fought to close a breach in the walls of reality. He witnessed the Balrog in its original form, a being of divine fire tasked with an eternal vigil. The portal had been sealed, but never fully closed, that would have required destroying the mountain itself. When the vision released him, Aldrich found himself drawing with shaking hands, mapping not physical spaces now, but the flows of power that coursed through Moria's bones. His cartographer's tools, designed to reveal hidden paths and secret doors, instead showed the intricate lattice of wards and seals that kept the portal in check. But the map revealed something else. The mining operations were less than a week from breaching the outer ward ring. Once that happened, the whole network would begin to unravel. "There's more," Moira said, her voice heavy. "The Balrog. It's been trying to communicate with us. Each time we make mental contact, we risk madness, but its message becomes clearer. It needs our help to reinforce the seals." That night, Aldrich presented his findings to the Guild Council. His enchanted maps showed the truth that no conventional survey could reveal: the vast wardings, the sealed portal, and the Balrog's true purpose. Some scoffed, but when Moira stepped from the shadows to add the weight of her order's testimony, even the most skeptical were given pause. The proof became undeniable when a mining crew broke through to a forbidden chamber, and something dark began seeping through the cracks, something that made the shadows themselves recoil. The Balrog's roar shook the mountain, but it was not an attack, it was a call to arms. In the days that followed, an unprecedented alliance formed. The Shadow Watchers shared their ancient knowledge, teaching guild craftsmen how to reshape their mining operations to reinforce the wards, rather than weaken them. Aldrich's maps became the key to understanding how the power flows through Moria could be redirected and strengthened. The final ritual brought them all together: merchants, miners, Shadow Watchers, and one cartographer whose specialized tools had revealed the truth. As they worked to repair the damaged seals, the Balrog's presence loomed above them, not as an enemy, but as an ancient guardian fulfilling its original purpose. Aldrich's final map of Moria looked nothing like what the Merchants Guild had commissioned. Instead of safe trading routes, it showed the true paths of power that kept reality itself from unraveling. The Shadow Watchers enshrined it in their hidden library, while copies marked with carefully chosen warnings were distributed to those who would mine the deep places. And if travelers sometimes heard whispered conversations in the depths of Moria, or saw shadows moving with purpose through ancient halls, they learned not to fear. For in the heart of the mountain, an unlikely alliance of merchants, mystics, and monsters worked together to maintain the borders between worlds, guided by maps that showed not just where things were, but what they truly meant. Story 7. In the deepest archives of Moria, where ancient scrolls crumbled at the slightest touch and forgotten knowledge lay thick as dust, Grimweld hunched over a text so old its runes seemed to shift in the crystal light. His weathered fingers traced the fading script, his heart pounding as the true nature of the Balrog's presence finally revealed itself. The creature wasn't merely trapped in Moria, it was bound by a curse that renewed itself every millennium, like a cosmic clock ticking toward both doom and possibility. The curse would weaken in 3 days' time. The realization sent him scrambling through his calculations again, checking and rechecking the astronomical alignments. There could be no mistake after 1,000 years. A chance for change was coming. Within hours, he had dispatched messages carried by ravens taught to fly through the mountain's secret ways. The responses came swiftly. First from Alaun, the elven curse-breaker, whose silver hair had turned white from unraveling dark magics. Then from Magnus, the seer, a warrior whose blind eyes saw the true nature of creatures shrouded in shadow. And finally, most surprisingly, from Helka Stoneheart, who claimed descent from King Durin himself. They gathered in the Chamber of Echoes, where the walls whispered with the memories of ancient songs. Alaun arrived wrapped in robes that shimmered with protective runes, her staff made from a branch of a tree that had witnessed the First Age. Magnus came bearing a sword whose edge seemed to cut through shadow itself, his unseeing eyes somehow finding each person in the room without hesitation. Helka's presence commanded attention. Her armor bore the royal crest of Durin's line, and around her neck hung a crystal that pulsed with a light that matched the mountain's heart. The text speaks truth, Grimweld explained, laying out ancient maps and charts. The Balrog's binding is complex, part curse, part choice, part cosmic law. Every 1,000 years, the bonds weaken, creating a moment when the creature could be freed, or redeemed, or destroyed, added Magnus softly, his blind eyes fixed on something only he could see. Though I sense that destruction might not be the wisest path, Alaun moved her hands through the air, reading the invisible threads of magic that permeated the chamber. The curse is intricate, woven with both light and shadow. It wasn't cast in hatred, but in desperation, protection. Helka stepped forward, the crystal at her throat glowing brighter. My ancestors' chronicles speak of this. The Balrog was bound not just to imprison it, but to prevent something worse from emerging. The curse was as much shield as shackle. Their discussion was interrupted by a deep tremor that shook dust from the ancient ceiling. Far below, something stirred. The Balrog sensed the approaching alignment, its power growing as the cosmic clock ticked toward the moment of possibility. But they weren't alone in their knowledge. As the companions descended deeper into Moria, they encountered the first signs of the shadow cult, dark figures in crimson robes who sought to harness the Balrog's power at the moment of the curse's weakening. The cultists had prepared for centuries, gathering dark artifacts and forbidden knowledge. The battle through Moria's depths became a race against time. Alaun's magic clashed with the cultists' dark sorcery, lighting up ancient halls with spectacular displays of power. Magnus fought like a man who could see in perfect clarity, his sword finding weak points in shadow constructs that his eyes never saw. Helka proved her royal blood, commanding the very stones of Moria to aid their passage, while Grimweld's knowledge guided them through secret ways. They reached the deepest chamber as the alignment began. The Balrog rose before them in terrible majesty, its flames casting wild shadows on walls covered in runes that glowed with awakening power. The shadow cultists launched their assault, their leader wielding a staff made from a splinter of the first darkness. In the chaos of battle, Grimweld saw the pattern hidden in the chamber's ancient runes. "The curse can be broken," he shouted over the din, "but it must be the Balrog's choice." The binding was never meant to be permanent. It was a chance for redemption. Elawan understood first. Her magic joined with Helka's crystal, creating a bridge of pure light. Magnus turned his blind gaze upon the Balrog and spoke in a voice that carried the weight of truth. "I see you as you are, and as you could be," the shadow cultist leader, sensing victory slipping away, struck with desperate power. Dark energy crackled through the chamber, threatening to shatter the delicate magical balance. But in that moment, the Balrog made its choice. The creature of shadow and flame stepped into the bridge of light, and for a brief moment, all could see its true form, not a demon of darkness, but a being of primordial fire, corrupted, but not beyond redemption. The curse unraveled not with violence, but with something like grace. When the light faded, the Balrog remained, but changed. Its flames burned with a cleaner light. Its shadow no longer reeked of corruption. It was not fully restored to its original glory, but neither was it the mindless creature of destruction it had been. The shadow cultists fled, their power broken, their leader's staff nothing but ash. In the aftermath, the companions stood in awe of what they had witnessed. The Balrog bowed its head to them not in submission, but in acknowledgement before returning to the depths. It remained a guardian of Moria, but now by choice rather than curse. Grimweld established a library in those deep halls, gathering knowledge of redemption and transformation. Elawan stayed to study the intricate magics that had made such change possible. Magnus trained others to see beyond surface appearances to the truth within. And Helka began the slow work of rebuilding connections between the Balrog and the dwarves who would eventually return to Moria. In the years that followed, those who ventured into Moria spoke of how the very air had changed. The darkness remained, but it was no longer oppressive. And sometimes in the deepest halls, travelers would glimpse a figure of flame that watched over the ancient kingdom, not with rage, but with something approaching wisdom. The tale of the curse's breaking became a legend, whispered in halls of learning and power throughout Middle-earth, a reminder that even the darkest curse could become a path to transformation, if one had the wisdom to see it and the courage to choose it. Story 8. Moonlight glinted off Sylvia's daggers as she pressed herself against the ancient stone walls of Moria's outer passages, her breath forming small clouds in the chill air. Behind her, the sound of heavy boots echoed through the corridors. The guild's assassins were still in pursuit. 3 days of running, and still they hadn't given up. But then, she had stolen something precious, a map that supposedly led to an artifact of immense power hidden in Moria's depths. A sudden movement ahead made her freeze. Through the gloom, she spotted a stocky figure huddled in an alcove, a dwarf, but unlike any she had seen before. His beard was unkempt, his clothes worn, and around his neck hung strange tokens carved with runes that seemed to shift in the darkness. Running from something, surface dweller? His voice was gravelly, but held an unexpected note of amusement. "I'm Grimlock, and I suspect we might share a common problem." Before Sylvia could respond, another figure emerged from the shadow's massive green skin, but moving with unexpected stealth. An ORC, yet his eyes lacked the mindless rage she had come to expect from his kind. A ragged scar ran across his throat, and when he spoke, his voice was a harsh whisper. More hunters approached from the lower passage. The ORC rasped. 3 groups. "We're surrounded. Razakir has a talent for avoiding unwanted attention," Grimlock explained, noting Sylvia's tension. "Much like yourself, I'd wager." The sound of approaching footsteps grew louder. In that moment, necessity forged an unlikely alliance. Sylvia found herself following the exiled dwarf and renegade ORC through hidden passages that spoke of ancient glory. Grimlock seemed to know every crack and crevice, leading them through paths that hadn't seen footsteps in centuries. As they moved deeper into Moria, the walls began to tell stories. Ancient murals emerged from the darkness, illuminated by crystals that still held a fraction of their original light. Sylvia's trained eye couldn't help but notice that many seemed to focus on a single theme: a great battle, a powerful artifact, and a creature of shadow and flame. The murals tell the true history, Grimlock explained as they paused to rest. Not the sanitized version my people prefer. The Balrog isn't just a mindless destroyer, it's a guardian. Corrupted, but still bound to its original purpose, Ruzek traced the ancient images with surprising gentleness. My people speak of it in whispers. They say it guards something so powerful it could reshape Middle-earth itself. Their conversation was interrupted by distant screams. The guild's assassins had encountered something in the darkness. The three unlikely companions pressed on, descending into levels where the very air felt heavy with ancient power. In a vast chamber supported by pillars larger than the greatest trees, they found what the murals had hinted at. A dais rose from the floor, and upon it sat a sphere that seemed to be made of liquid darkness and living light intertwined. The artifact pulsed with a power that made the air shimmer. The heart of Arda, Grimlock breathed, his voice filled with awe and fear. The songs speak of it, a fragment of the world's creating power. Sealed away in the First Age, the chamber suddenly grew warm. Shadow and flame announced the arrival of the Balrog, its presence filling the vast space with terrifying majesty. But as it approached, Sylvia noticed something strange in its movements: a purpose, a pattern. It wasn't attacking randomly, but herding them away from the artifact. More figures emerged from the other passages: guild assassins, dark sorcerers, and creatures of shadow, all drawn by the artifact's power. The chamber erupted into chaos as different factions clashed, each seeking to claim the heart of Arda for their own purposes. In that moment of crisis, the unlikely trio made their choice. Sylvia's daggers flashed with deadly precision, keeping the guild's assassins at bay. Ruzek's massive form became a barrier between the dark sorcerers and the artifact, his battle cry shaking dust from the ancient ceiling. Grimlock began chanting in an ancient dwarf tongue, his mysterious tokens glowing with power. The Balrog, sensing their intent, turned its fury upon the other attackers. For the first time in ages, the creature of shadow and flame fought alongside others, its purpose aligned with those who sought to protect rather than possess. When the battle ended, the chamber bore new scars, but the heart of Arda remained secure. The surviving attackers fled, carrying tales of terror back to the surface. Sylvia, Grimlock, and Ruzek stood in the aftermath, watching as the Balrog returned to its vigil. Perhaps, Ruzek mused, his harsh whisper thoughtful. Some burdens are better shared. Grimlock nodded, studying his glowing tokens. My people cast me out for suggesting the Balrog might be more than a monster. Now I understand, it's not about controlling power, but protecting it. Sylvia looked at the map that had led her here, now understanding its true purpose. The guild will send others. They always do. And so a new purpose was born in the depths of Moria. The thief, the exile, and the outcast became guardians themselves, protecting not just the heart of Arda, but the truth about its defender. They established a hidden sanctuary in the ancient halls, gathering others who sought purpose rather than power. Years later, travelers would sometimes speak of strange allies who watched Moria's gates, a human moving like a shadow, a dwarf with mysterious powers, and an ORC who spoke with wisdom rather than rage. And in the deep places of the mountain, the Balrog continued its eternal vigil, no longer alone in its sacred duty. The heart of Arda remained safe, protected by those who had learned that the greatest power often lies not in possession, but in the choice to protect something greater than oneself. Story 9. In the eternal twilight of the ancient forest of Lothlorien, where golden leaves danced in perpetual autumn, Lethil stood before the mirror of Galadriel, her reflection rippling like water in moonlight. 300 years had passed since the Balrog of Moria had turned her family to ash, yet time had done nothing to cool the fire of vengeance that burned within her heart. Her fingers traced the intricate silver patterns on her bow weapon that had taken countless ORC lives, but had never touched the creature that haunted her dreams. The mirror's surface shifted, showing her not her own reflection, but the burning eyes of the beast that had stolen everything from her. In that moment, the ancient waters revealed something new, a blade wreathed in flames that matched the Balrog's own fire. The vision sent her stumbling backward, her mind racing with possibilities. Among her people, such visions were never mere dreams, they were paths waiting to be walked. The journey to Moria's gates took her through lands where shadow and light waged their endless war. The once great dwarf kingdom now stood as a testament to pride and folly, its vast doors bearing the marks of countless battles. It was there she encountered him, Durin VII, the last prince of Durin's line, accompanied by a small band of determined warriors. "The gates of my forefathers are not for solitary elves with death wishes," he said, his voice gruff but not unkind. His armor bore the marks of recent combat, and his eyes held the weight of generations of lost glory. "I seek not death, but justice," Lethil replied, drawing herself to her full height. "The waters of Lothlorien have shown me the way a weapon forged from the Balrog's own flame could end its reign of terror. Durin's laugh was as harsh as mountain winds. And I seek to reclaim my homeland." Perhaps our paths align more than either of us would care to admit. Their unlikely alliance was sealed in the shadow of the mountains, each harboring their own secrets and hopes. Durin's knowledge of the ancient halls would prove invaluable, while Lethil's centuries of hunting dark creatures had honed her into a weapon as deadly as any dwarf-forged blade. The descent into Moria was like entering the throat of some great beast. Ancient dwarf light still flickered in crystals along the walls, casting shadows that danced like memories of happier days. Their footsteps echoed through halls that had once rung with the sound of hammers and songs. As they ventured deeper, Lethil shared her vision with Durin, speaking of the blade that could be forged in the Balrog's fire. The dwarf prince listened with growing concern, his fingers constantly brushing the ancient tome at his belt. "There are things older than Balrogs in these depths," he finally said, his voice barely above a whisper. "My people found records the creature is bound here, serving as both prisoner and guard." "Guard? Of what?" Before Durin could answer, the darkness ahead of them shifted. The air grew thick with heat, and ancient pillars groaned with sudden warmth. The Balrog rose before them like a midnight sun, its whip of flame casting wild shadows across the carved walls. Lethil's bow sang, loosing arrows wrapped in enchanted silver that pierced the creature's shadow flesh. Durin's warriors attacked with ancient dwarf weapons, their steel ringing against flame and shadow. But the Balrog's counterattack was devastating to warriors fell in the first moments, their armor melting like spring snow. In the chaos of battle, Lethil saw her opportunity. Using the distraction provided by the dwarves, she raced toward the forge like heat emanating from the creature's core. Her enchanted quiver held one final arrow, one she had carried for 3 centuries, its shaft carved from a Malorn tree of Lothlorien, its head made from mithril found in her family's ruins. But as she drew back her bow, Durin's voice rang out in desperate warning. "The chains! Look at the chains!" For the first time, Lethil saw them ethereal bonds of ancient power that connected the Balrog to something deep below. Each movement of the creature sent ripples through these mystical chains, and far below, something stirred in response. Durin had reached her side, his ancient tome open. "The Balrog isn't just a creature of destruction, it's a warden. Our ancestors discovered something in these depths, something that made them seal their own kingdom." The Balrog's presence keeps it bound. The revelation struck Lethil like a physical blow. The revenge she had nursed for centuries suddenly felt hollow as she understood the true scale of what they faced. The Balrog's flames illuminated ancient carvings on the walls, warnings in languages so old even she could barely read them. The choice before her was clear: take her revenge and risk unleashing something far worse, or let go of the hatred that had defined her for so long. The arrow in her hands, her last connection to her lost family, trembled. With a cry that echoed through the halls, Lethil loosed her arrow, not at the Balrog's heart, but at the ceiling above. Ancient stone crashed down, separating them from the creature of shadow and flame. In the sudden darkness, her tears finally fell, 3 centuries delayed. You chose wisdom over vengeance, Durin said softly, holding up a crystal that shed soft blue light. Few have such strength. Together, they forged a new pact. The dwarves would not seek to reclaim Moria, but would instead guard its secrets from without. Lethil would take word to her people of what truly dwelt in the deep places of the world. The Balrog would remain, a fearsome guardian keeping an even greater darkness at bay. Years later, travelers in the lands around Moria would sometimes speak of an elf and a dwarf who worked together to keep people away from the ancient halls. They told stories of an eternal flame that burned not with hatred, but with purpose, and of a bow that had learned to guard rather than destroy. And in the depths of Moria, the Balrog continued its vigilant watch, its flames burning not just with destruction, but with the weight of a duty older than the mountains themselves. Perhaps, in its own way, it too had found a kind of redemption in its eternal task. Story 10. Deep within the shadow-draped halls of Moria, where ancient pillars rose like petrified giants and darkness held secrets older than memory, Aldred watched his master prepare for what would either be their greatest triumph or their final doom. Carian the Red, once counted among the mighty Astari before his exile, traced crimson runes upon the obsidian floor with powder ground from Dragon's Heartstone. His scarlet robes caught the pale light of phosphorescent fungi that clung to the vast chamber's ceiling, making him appear as though he were wreathed in blood. Master, Aldred ventured, his voice barely a whisper in the cavernous space, are you certain this is wise? The texts speak of those who tried to bond with such creatures. None survived with their minds intact. Carian's laugh echoed off the ancient stones, a sound both bitter and triumphant. The others lacked the strength, the vision. They sought to dominate through brute force. But I have discovered the true path. The mind of a Balrog is not unlike a forge. With the right tools, even the hottest flame can be shaped. For 3 years, Aldred had served as Carian's apprentice, watching his master's obsession with the creature of shadow and flame grow like a poisonous flower. The younger wizard had aided in gathering the rare components needed for this ritual: tears of a stone giant, essence of shadowroot, dust from the bones of the first dragons. Each ingredient had come at a terrible price, but Carian had paid without hesitation. The rune circle was nearly complete now. Its patterns spoke of binding and dominion, but hidden within the flowing script, Aldred noticed symbols of vengeance that his master had concealed. The realization struck him like a physical blow. This was no mere pursuit of knowledge. This was about revenge against the White Council that had cast Carian out. Deep below, something stirred. The very rock beneath their feet trembled, and warm air rushed up from the abyssal cracks, carrying the scent of brimstone. The Balrog sensed their presence, their intentions. It was awakening. Master, please. Aldred tried one last time. Think of what you're risking. If you lose control for even a moment's silence. Carian's eyes blazed with an inner fire that reminded Aldred too much of their quarry. I did not spend decades in exile, scorned by lesser minds, to falter now. The Balrog will bend to my will, and then Saruman, Gandalf, all of them, they will understand the depth of their mistake in casting me aside. As Carian raised his staff to begin the ritual, Aldred made his choice. His hand found the smooth stone in his pocket, a gift from the dwarf mystics he had secretly consulted. They had shown him the truth. The Balrogs were not mere creatures of destruction, but fallen mire, their divine essence corrupted by darkness. What Carrion intended was not just dangerous, it was an abomination. The chamber erupted in chaos. Aldred's counterspell shattered the rune circle, just as Carrion began his incantation. The red wizard's fury manifested as whips of flame that cracked against the stone pillars, sending ancient dust cascading from above. Master and apprentice traded spells in a deadly dance, their shadows massive upon the walls. Ungrateful child. Carrion's voice boomed as he deflected a blast of pure force. I taught you everything you know. Not everything, Aldred replied, drawing forth the dwarf stone. It pulsed with a deep blue light, singing with the ancient power of the mountain itself. The Moria showed me truths you never could. The stone's song rose to a crescendo, harmonizing with the very bones of Moria. For a moment, the darkness itself seemed to pause and listen. Then, from the depths, came an answering roar that shook dust from the ceiling and sent both wizards staggering. The Balrog rose from the abyss like a midnight sun, its form wreathed in shadow and flame. But in its burning eyes, Aldred saw something his master never had: pain. Millennia of torment, of being twisted from its original purpose, of burning with a fire that consumed rather than created. Carrion, seeing his prize within reach, launched himself forward with hands outstretched, crimson magic blazing. The Balrog's whip caught him mid-leap, and for a heartbeat, the red wizard hung suspended, his face a mask of triumph that quickly turned to horror as he realized his mistake. No mortal mind, no matter how powerful, could hope to contain the fury of ages. Aldred watched his master burn, the flames consuming body and spirit alike, until nothing remained but ash and a terrible scream that echoed through the halls of Moria. The Balrog turned its burning gaze upon the apprentice, and Aldred held up the dwarf's stone like a shield. I cannot free you, he spoke in the ancient tongue of the mire, words taught to him in secret by the mystic Moria. That doom is beyond my power, but neither will I bind you. Your prison is of your own making, as is your redemption. The creature of shadow and flame regarded him for a long moment. Then slowly, it withdrew back into the depths from which it had come. The flames dimmed, the shadows deepened, and silence once again ruled the halls of Moria. Only the faint blue glow of the dwarf stone illuminated Aldred's path as he made his way back to the upper levels. In the days that followed, word spread through the hidden places of Middle-earth of Carrion's fate. The White Council recorded it as a cautionary tale against the pursuit of power at any cost. But in the deep places of the world, in taverns where dwarf mystics gathered, and in the hidden valleys where those who remembered the elder days still dwelt, they told a different story. They spoke of an apprentice who chose wisdom over power, who understood that some flames cannot be controlled, only respected. And in the depths of Moria, the Balrog continued its endless vigil, perhaps a little less angry, a little more contemplative, remembering the young wizard who saw it not as a weapon to be wielded, but as a being worthy of understanding. Aldred never returned to those shadowed halls, but he kept the dwarf stone close, its song a constant reminder that even in the darkest places, wisdom and compassion could light the way. He established a small school in a hidden vale, teaching those who sought knowledge not for power's sake, but for understanding. And sometimes on quiet nights when the stars were bright and the wind carried tales from the distant mountains, he would think of his former master and the creature of shadow and flame, and hope that both might someday find their way back to the light.